Okay. Brush the dust off with Ethan Must Die. Well, I'm gonna do the DLCs. I want to do the DLCs after I finish the main game. I don't know if I ever actually finished Ethan Must Die, or can you beat Ethan Must Die? The frickin' Jack's birthday party is like the weirdest minigame. Like, what the hell is this shit? Damn, I didn't get S rank on everything. Not even S on the first map, I know. What's up, Trey? Man, I can't wait for Resident Evil 9. It's gonna be so much fun. It was misery to make a timer for. They had to manually calculate it before. Oh, really? Dang. Let's see. What was the save that I was on? I think it's this. All right. Oh, right. There's mag. Well, we don't need mag ammo, actually. Yes, it's my first playthrough. For sure. Right, I was gonna start the YouTube stream, but I got distracted. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it's all chat's fault. Counting hours till RE9. Okay, I'm starting the YouTube stream. What the? There we go. What's Madhouse about? It's the hardest difficulty in the game. Just, you take a lot of damage, and the bosses are very tanky. I feel like Madhouse is such like a well-made difficulty for the most part, except for the molded instantly attacking you the moment you look away from them. They just like shred your butt in a 1/10 of a second. Hey, Cuddler, thank you for the Prime sub. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. Happens on easy. Well, that's true. But it's way more punishing on Madhouse, I assume. Alright, I will be right back. Okay. Sorry, okay? I chose a bad spot to stop. My bad, okay? I don't think anybody ever figured out how the TV skip works. You did? Yeah, I'm sure you did, Kemi. Yeah, normally at the end of this video, the TV will explode. Spoiler alert. Not that, anyways. But sometimes, like right now, as he's talking, the TV would just explode. Just like randomly.
Hold on. I got some for you. Looky what I've got. You know what this is for? You know what Zoe wants to do with this?
Yeah, I think there's only 2 or 3 recordings ever.
She thinks this thing is special. No, Ethan. That ain't special. This right here is special. You see, Ethan? Not everybody wants to turn back the clock. What? What, Evelyn? I'm just trying to show him. Not everybody wants to go back to how things were. Those are stupid bitch. She doesn't understand that I don't want to go back to how things were before my father found y'all. Not everybody wants to turn back the clock. So Ethan, Ethan, you can crawl around underneath that filthy, rotten house all you want looking for them ingredients, but you ain't gonna find a goddamn thing, Ethan. You'll make that serum.
Ever seen this cutscene?
Ooh, baby.
No, never.
You're gonna have to come through me.
Hey Milo, thank you for the 51 months.
Now, come on, Ethan. What do you say?
Is this a DLC mission? No, this is just the main game.
Fuck! You've got to get crates, Ethan. Wow, woo! You have got a good eye.
True, Ryut.
Careful now. They bite back.
How the How did I guess I'll just go under it. You can normally shoot whatever, man.
Sorry for the mess.
One's actually fine. I'm not. I don't even know if I'm gonna get the Magnum anyways. How are you supposed to do this one normally? Do you shoot? Oh yeah, you shoot that one.
Ethan, that is not what I put the... Ooh, guess I'm gonna have...
I know. Fucking passwords, right? Why don't you try 0814?
Is this world record attempt? Mm-hmm.
No!
Yeah, man.
06... 2-1. No, it's 0514. Oh, come on. Take a chance. You never know. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock.
What's in here? Nothing? You want to see me run Spyro? Oh, dang. Is there one that I didn't see? Oh, there's steroids in here. Yeah, that bomb. Yeah, that. Bok, did you put that bomb there? Dude, I have 9 flame rounds. What the fuck? But this does just heal me? It does. It's nice. Alright. You're normally supposed to use... I could have sworn you're supposed to use the neuro round here. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, though. Have you seen the new route for this game, Buck? You do like so much out of bounds now. It's kind of crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the bar fight. Keep it clean, gentlemen. We have rules.
Fuck you too.
It's how you deal with horses. You a man, she said.
You should be dead.
Damn.
That was... You know... Could have been better, but... We got him.
He was never my favorite anyways.
Knife only Madhouse. I don't know. Knife only Madhouse is like miserable from what I remember. The boss fights take, I don't know, like 10 or 15 minutes each, I think. There's actually, when you do knife only for the, you know how there's the part with Marguerite above the, you're like in the hole, she pushes you into the hole, and then she's up there with the lantern. You can't knife her there, but the developers actually added in a, like a safeguard, and I think after like 5 to 10 minutes, she'll just die automatically. Or she'll just like fall down. So you just have to like survive for long enough. It's really weird. The 5-minute timer? Oh, okay. Wait. Did the bombs despawn or something? Hmm. Yeah, that sounds right, Salad. Is it an achievement? No, I don't think so.
Have a nice day.
My first playthrough of RE game ever going. It's great, man. Resident Evil is so cool. Oh yeah, you gotta run into this.
All right, what do you say we play a little game? All you gotta do is light the candle and put it on the cake.
Kiss my ass.
Ethan, language. There are children in the building. Somewhere. I think. I'm not sure anymore.
Oh really, Salad? How do you get out of bounds here anyways? Or you mean like, do you mean during the other out of bounds? Oh, okay, I see. You can cut this rope you just burnt with a knife. That's so weird. You just grab everything while he's yapping. He actually talks and stuff if you come here early. Yeah, this level was like an interesting design for sure. We do not want to take out that key.
Happy birthday to you. Hope you have a happy birthday.
Oh, okay, Salad, I see. I like how he just stands right next to the cake.
Motherfucker! You're supposed to die!
I'm immune to explosions. I should probably move this. The DHB Magellan horned my sub sounds. We're just gonna stand right next to this explosion.
For you, goddamn!
Mia? Mia! Mia!
She's alive.
Who are you? Where are you?
We're just beyond the pier, outside that room. Hurry!
Jack 3-time, oh yeah.
Ethan!
The fuck do you want?
You? Dead? Guess that's not in the cards. Not yet.
Lucky me. Look, unless you have any more
Dude,
surprises,
Lucas looks so
suggest-
unhinged here.
Now that would be telling, Ethan. And I don't do spoilers.
Dick.
The game presents the Zoe Mia choice as if it's a real choice. He is unhinged? Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, obviously. But he also looks it. He looks like it too.
Finally.
It's just the choice between Zoe or Mia is so stupid because the devs clearly did not want you to, it's like they didn't even, it's like they don't want you to choose Zoe. Like they specifically punish you so it's like, oh, you chose Zoe? Well, now she dies and now your wife dies too. You fucking idiot. Why'd you pick that? Enjoy your shit ending. It's like, why do you even give me the choice to choose it if you're just gonna do that? It's true though. I mean, I chose Zoe just because I was curious what would happen on my first playthrough, and clearly I made the, wait, did I not, I didn't grab the crank. I was curious. Yeah, I ripped the world record. It's Jover.
I'm coming, Mia.
No, I don't think I have my first playthrough of RE7 in my VODs channel. I wasn't really that good at making highlights of stuff that I played early on, because when I played this game I had like 100 viewers and I was just doing it as a hobby. I don't know. Just didn't care that much to highlight everything. I don't know, times have changed a lot. It was more than 100. Well, when I was playing through Resident Evil 7, I don't think my viewership was insane. I mean, quite frankly, I don't know. I try not to pay attention to like viewer count and stuff. I know that I had a lot of viewership doing speedruns for RE7. Looking at viewer count is never a good idea. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Double shotgun drop. We do need the arm. Yeah, the Elden Ring zip runs were cool. I miss speedrunning. I wish that there was a game that I really wanted to speedrun, but your least favorite era was Getting Over It. Yeah, Getting Over It was... I liked Getting Over It. But it was also kind of exhausting to grind that game. Yeah, I'm gonna take this. Welcome to Game 3. Adam is working on a Welcome to the Game 3, I believe. That would definitely be cool. But knowing Adam, he's gonna somehow make Welcome to the Game 3 like impossible to speedrun or something. The Only Up meta was a dark meta. I really enjoyed Only Up. Only Up was fun. Yo, the rat, thank you for the 26 months. I don't know, Only Up was a cool speedrun, honestly. Also, I forgot to open this thing. Oh, there's 2 strong chem fluids here? What do I even want to make? I have like a million yeah? Hold on, I gotta be right back, chat. Give me a sec. Oh, I'm muted. That's awkward. Hi, guys. Sorry, I'm helping,
Mia. Zoe? Zoe,
Not now.
gotta
don't
help
have the
with some
time.
stuff going on
Do
in
you
the
have
house.
both ingredients?
right here. There should be enough, right?
If we make them fast enough, my father and Lucas aren't far away.
He's coming. Daddy's coming.
Good. There's enough for two.
So after we make the serum, what's next?
There's a boat outside. We'll take it through the swamp. But neither of us will get very far without the
I'm
serum.
gonna do no death running, and I mean, I've done no death in all the games. Just go watch my speed runs. They're deathless. Okay, I think we want to start with the flame round. Also, doesn't the game make an autosave before this boss fight, even on Madhouse?
Hey, one of those is mine.
I always forget about that.
Zoe, get your ass back to the house. I will deal with you later.
Alright, so I think we open by shooting him in the face with the fire round.
Good enough.
Oh, what?
Going against me?
Oh, good God. This is hard, not good.
This is getting old, Jack.
I would kill you. And Mia.
What is going on? Oh, I got the one under it. This is exactly how the fight's supposed to go, Chad.
Took on your blood for
I just need to use my shotgun.
It's Mia.
That might be destroyed, it just didn't do it because... there's some enhanced ammo in here
You're
somewhere.
part of the family now.
There it is. I need to get the one like in his butt, dude. Oh my God, his fucking tail. Okay. Okay, guys, this is awkward. I have to go again. Sorry. I'll be right back. Here, you know what? I'm gonna just turn on some. All right, I got IRL shit going on. Check. Give me a sec, okay?
Oh no!
Here you.
What is happening? Are you kidding me? What is that? What is that? That didn't.
Fuck's sake! Oh no!
What? No! What is happening? Are you kidding me? Hey! What is that? What is that? That did not just happen! Are you insane? What the fuck was that?
I'm just dead. I'm dead. Oh.
Oh, what the?
What the fuck? Are you kidding?
Oh, okay. I got pulled into a fucking chainsaw.
Dude, I was gonna. Are you? What?
Intro sequence to a film, horror film I've ever seen. Did he just fucking go to bite me and he just mauled the chicken?
It was a very good time. I had a very lovely time with her, but you know, at the end of the day.
Don't trust the vases, even when you have no ammo left. I mean, it's fine. Of course, the one I'm like, no, it's fine. Fucking kidding me.
The dog just jumped off the map.
Dude! What is this? There's a fucking firing squad around me!
Wait, they blocked the fucking window! Oh my god! Move! Shrek! Oh god. Oh, for fuck's sake, are you serious? Move, you fucking cow! I can't. Okay. Nice. Nice. God, it's over.
What? I was pressing E.
What? What? I'm mashing space. What do you mean?
Please get up.
What is that? Dude! This little fucking cocksucker, he just walked in front of me.
Do this. Boom. Grab that. Come on. Come through. Come through. Come through. Come through. Start the animation. This is bad. This is very bad. This is very. I can't even get up.
Can he come out here?
What the fuck was that?
Oh, right, you're behind me now. Big concern now. What? What the fuck?
No, not like this! No! Ah! Why did I run into the trap?
Okay. Okay, game. Okay.
Ashley! 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 Oh my god.
What? Dude, in what world?
Will this work?
What? What?
Go through the window! Dude! Okay. It's a learning process, dude. It's a learning fucking process.
Look at this. What is this? Just for... No! What? Just like he taught me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Where did she come from? Dude, she just spawned on top of me!
Run!
Ashley!
Oh!
What?
They just took away my fucking barrel, dude! I can't fucking win right now!
See, that guy had a dynamite. I did not see that.
Some of you real, I should probably run, huh? I'm dead.
Dude, did a chicken just kill me? Are you fucking serious?
Yes. Stay right there.
Nope.
No!
At least they don't go after Ashley.
Ah!
What?
I go for one suplex and I insta-die.
What?
No! Are you actually fucking kidding me? That was so bad.
If I close my eyes, I won't die. What the? Nah, man. Nah, dude. What the fuck was that?
We just gotta get through that. What do you mean? What do you mean? I need to get through here. I need to get through here. Let me through.
Why are there so you fucking chainsaw ladies, dude? No. I pressed it. I was holding in.
Okay, wait. I have a plan. Watch this. Oh, okay. Yeah.
To the Krauser! Get me up the ladder! Get me up the ladder! Get me up the ladder! Get me up the That was really cool. Hello? What? I just got fucking chain hit! Dude, what? I just got like stun locked to death!
What the fuck, man?
I was like, there's no way he actually can shoot through this thing.
Brother, what?
Whoa.
I hit space! Are you fucking fucking hit space!
I can go here and die instead.
Hello, motherfucker.
Holy fucking shit!
I'm not gonna rush through. I don't want to risk throwing this run. No! No! No!
Oh, I'm so dead. There was 4 of them! There was 4! What? That is the worst combination of enemies I could have ever possibly had.
Please close.
All right.
How did that fucking hit her? She's nowhere near the fucking barrel, dude.
Nice run animation, bro.
Ah! She's right on top of a fucking Novi, dude. That's what you get. Wait. What?
Oh no! Oh fuck!
No, God. What the fuck?
Oh god. Nice, dude. Oh fuck.
No, he knocked me into the fucking fire! And I couldn't heal before. No. Let me out. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Just let me out! Like, bro! I thought I could. Oh my god! He hits me with the torch into the. Fucking serious!
No! No! He's gonna Okizeme me! Okizeme! Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Right into. I'm alive! No!
Please die. Please die! How fucking tanky are you? My... Don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it. Ah! No!
Can that guy please stop throwing his singular axe?
I have a feeling I'll get a guard door right here. That's not a guard. That's not a guard door.
Excuse me? The fuck was that?
I actually didn't think you could kill her by doing that.
You're a man of come.
I can't move. I'm on fire and I can't move and I'm dead. Nice! Again! Fire! Fire! Again! Dude! I'm so sick of it! I can't move! Like, it's still on the floor!
Hey guys, I need to get through here. Hey guys, I need to get through here! Okay!
Thank you!
Thank you! Thanks, guys!
Wanna get the fuck out of my way? You wanna get the fuck out of my way? Bro! Bro, I got fucking... Bro! What? Dude, I couldn't even move my fucking guy!
How in the fucking world did you just do that?
Why does this keep spawning here out of fucking thin air?
No!
Just keep kicking me, bud. Just fucking kick my ass wide open. Fuck you.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? How is that even possible?
I have. Oh my god. I have no fucking knife. What just blew me up? What just blew me up?
Oh fuck! I'm dead. I'm dead. Okizeme. Wait, I don't have any heals. Neat.
Krauser, can we not right now, dude? What the fuck just happened?
Dude! The fucking fire hit me! I got hit by the fire and couldn't throw the fucking flash. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, what the fuck?
Yo, Anonymous, what's up, Dakota? Holy shit. Swear to God. Are you fucking kidding me? Where did this guy... Dude, no one ever comes... This is the first time an enemy has been at this door.
Holy. Okay. How am I... Bro! What the fuck? I can't! I can't!
They got a funny little thing. Most people don't! My god! Oh my god.
I have a good feeling with this chat. I have a good feeling. I got a feeling. Good feeling.
Okay, I'm gonna pause buffer. Wait, can you pause during this? You can't pause! I can't even see. I couldn't even see. I couldn't even see there. What?
Save items. I should healing, but I'm like a bit... Just in case. Oh, what the fuck was that? Oh! No, screw! What?
Should have thrown a grenade. I should have thrown a grenade.
The chair! The fucking chair! Ugh.
Sick. Was that it? Okay, right. How did it? How? Fuck off!
Well, I'm definitely not making it by now. Oh, we kicked him. Okay, this is good. This is good. As long as I don't cough when I'm trying to get by him. Come, move forward, move forward, move forward, move forward. Move forward, you asshole! What are you actually doing? What are you doing?
That hit me? Wow. Throw the fucking... Like, I can't even throw it, man.
There's always bullshit in here. Yep. What? Oh.
All right, I'm back, chat.
Come on, bro.
Why are you guys boo-baying?
Like, hello?
What is that?
Wait, what skin did I have?
Bro,
This one?
What is that?
What? 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 Dude, what? He came instantly. What? What?
Yeah, sorry, I had to,
Oh my god!
Larksa bought this, like, super heavy mirror, and I had to help hang it.
Nice!
All right. I have the minigun turned off and the rocket launcher. Okay, here we go. I don't know if there's actually a lot of people in.
Was strange. What the fuck?
Go to the sewers. What? Are you fucking...
What the fuck? Whoa.
So cooked here. Ah, yes. Wait, what? She just shot Ashley. What? What a bitch.
Oh. Oh. You know what, honestly, I'm glad Mr. X was there. You couldn't stick it in squeaking.
Can we be friends? I just squeeze by right here. Yeah. I'm just wasting bullets at this point. He fucking woke up, you fucking bitch!
I dodged it! I fucking dodged it!
I swear, Zeke's like noise gate is messed up. Like when he starts raging, you can't even like. You can't even like hear what he's saying.
I fucking dodged it! Dude, there's no fucking way I just got so scammed!
Okay, what the fuck? What? Why is that guy up there?
Where the fuck did you come from? Where did he go? Fuck off, Joe. Now is not the fucking time.
Reach me! What the fuck? How did that reach? What?
Oh, duh. Why are you so fast? Hey, man. Hey, man. Anyone got a heal? I'm trapped.
Maybe this is the exception. Oh! Get in! Get in! I didn't take the keys, I'm an idiot! Oh, fuck!
And then yes, of course I. And what the stun, dude?
What? What the fuck kind of... Dude, I was well clear of that.
There's so many fucking enemies here.
Dude, RE2R dogs are absolutely bullshit. They can just like permanent. They can just stun lock you like until you
like
die.
Max extra enemy spawns or some shit. Yeah, dude.
Like if you get unlucky.
What the fuck is that? There's like fucking 80 enemies.
Okay. Yeah, I shoot you like 5 times and then all of a sudden, I'm gonna jump at you anyway because I don't have any fucking dagger fame.
I need to flash here, I think, so I can get her up. No!
Ashley!
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
Coming up there.
Oh god. That clip is so funny.
Coming up there.
From the top rope. That did not hit me, dude. Bro!
I'm just gonna try not to die here, so. Never mind.
Nej, 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 nej. Nej, nej, absolut. But can I play, bro? I'm dead. I'm dead. It's over.
Everyone be quiet. What the? Dude! Nah, I was being so sneaky.
Oh my god. How is this guy alive? Oh my. What the fuck is this guy made of?
What the fuck?
Are you fucking serious?
That was 1000 IQ play, okay? Absolutely. Totally.
Oh god.
Claire, why did you stumble like that?
Like I didn't check this side of the game yet. Or like I didn't check the like mortuary and I also didn't check the electrical room. Because of this fuck!
How many fucking bullets do we need? How many bullets do we actually need? The fucking doctor, man, again! Why? He bit me. Oh, he bit me again. Oh, I can't even do anything. He bit me again. Like, who the fuck made this game?
Oh, fuck. Fuck him up. Oh! Oh! Fucking giant chainsaw lady!
And I fucking... Or can I somehow like... How do I? How do I this? Yeah? Oh, come on, that was bullshit. I can't even get... Fuck.
All right. You know what? Let's just fucking redo the bite.
Zoe! Get your ass back to the house! I will deal with you later!
Hey, Kento, thank you for the 19 months, man. Okay, here we go.
Not enough!
You know what? Am I missing a shotgun shot? I swear he should be... Or am I shooting too fast?
Zoe! Get your ass back to the house! I will deal with you later! Not enough!
Dude, I missed it again! You know what? No, no, no. This is bullshit.
Zoe!
Hey, Gunnar.
Get your ass back to the house! I will deal with you later!
How am I missing this?
Not enough!
I mean, I hit it.
Now you
That can hurt me? Oh, fuck. I'm okay.
This is getting old, Jack.
This is getting old, Jack. I hit myself with the fucking grenade again, dude. This guy's fucking body just bounces around like crazy. I don't want to go up the fucking ladder, man. I blocked! I fucking blocked, bro! I'm getting scammed. We got them all, maybe? I fucked up, chat. I'm supposed to use a flame round there, I think. I think you use a flame round and then... I can't remember if you use shotgun or... I was blocking, man. Oh, you use a neuro round there? I don't know you break this all beforehand.
This is getting old, Jack.
I don't remember this. I don't remember the script for this fight at all, man. Village better than this one. They're both good. I really thought I was far enough away to dodge that. Pretty off script, yeah. I mean, the script might be fucking different now too, even compared to what I used to do. Maybe it's still the same though. You hate the boss fights in RE7? I think they're cool. They're like unique, for sure. After you pop this first eye. I see. I remember I used to like use a neuro round somewhere. Where the hell's the last one? I think he's going down now. Is that?
Hold still!
Do I even need to heal there? Probably not. Whatever, man. Clean fight.
I've seen everything.
Jesus.
Ethan, this way.
Choose Zoe.
Use the serum on him.
Does he kill you if you don't inject the serum? He squishes you.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Come on. Mia's waiting for us.
I mean, I could choose Zoe. I don't think I've chosen Zoe in a long time. Yeah, new extra boss fight.
I had to use one of them. There's only one left.
There's only one left.
Yeah, we're going for bad ending this run.
What the hell are we gonna do now?
All right, Zoe, let's go.
No.
I'm sorry. I really am. But Zoe will be able to guide the two of us to safety, and then I can come back for you.
Go. I don't want to hear it. Both of you just go.
Mia.
Go! My place is here. With her.
Don't be ridiculous.
You forget. I still have a job to do.
I'll send help.
Honestly, dude, the fact that you can make this choice is so stupid.
Thank you. I can't believe you chose me.
Yeah, me neither.
It's not good to anyone right now, but we might make it out of here in one piece.
Listen.
I want to know what all this is about, starting with Mia.
Mia came here with Evelyn. That's how it started.
Evelyn. The kid. I knew Mia was hiding something.
That. There's the boat that Mia came with Evelyn on.
Oh, what the? They came on that? Let's go take a look.
I'm not going back there.
I gotta know what Mia was up to. What the hell was that?
It's her. Evelyn doesn't want us to leave. No! No! Evie! Please!
Zoe?
Evie!
Zoe? Zoe!
A good thing we chose Zoe.
What the fuck?
Mommy. This way.
Why do you pick Zoe again? Because it's different, and we always choose Mia when we do this game in like marathons and stuff, so.
Ethan. Ethan. Oh! Ethan! Ethan!
Oh fuck, I turned on sticky keys, I think. How do I disable this? It's so weird. It's... Oh, here we go. Well, it's funny, I have sticky keys off, but there's like a sub-menu to the sticky keys where you can still have the shortcut on. Time for the glorious ship. Is there anything to see around here, actually? Can you climb back up?
What was that?
There's just like nothing cool to see on the ship, I feel like, is part of the problem. If there was more lore in the ship, it feels so... Maybe there is more lore than I realize. But we're gonna take our time.
They're dead. They're all dead. What is it? The engine room. What the fuck are you talking about? She killed them all. Fuck. What the hell is going on? We need some weapons. Is there any weapons on this ship? I don't know. But let's go this way. Maybe we can get out of here.
The ship is fine, it's just that you have to do it twice. Yeah, I guess. I love the house section in RE7 so much. I hope, yeah, like if the entire game was just well, you know, if the entire game took place in like the house, but you know, it was dragged out longer, I would have loved that. RE8 didn't have factory. I think the factory is okay. Factory is probably my least favorite part about RE8 though as well. What just happened? RE8 was too arcadey for you. I mean, that's fair, considering it has, like, the merchant. Dude, I don't know why, but this happens, like, every single day that my Like at one point during the stream, it'll start lagging. I guess it's on Twitch's end. No, I'm not dropping any frames. She's inside me. She's inside everyone. I think RE9 will be scarier than this. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm very excited for RE9 though.
Settle down, little girl. Settle.
Are you remembering?
What? What are you?
You're hyped for Grace's hair? Grace is gonna be she seems like a cool protagonist. Sure, she's gonna have some great modifications as well. Some people think Leon is going to be the protagonist and Grace is bait. Maybe. I mean, for all we know, you could play as multiple characters in the game.
Be a family.
What are you talking about?
You said.
Wait! Please.
Tired of waiting.
What if you could actually like get in that somehow get in that door before she closes it? That'd be crazy. I'm curious how does the zipping work in this game, Salad? Do you have any videos of the zips? Well, there's 2 chem fluids here. I'm fucking dead. I think there's a save pretty close by. I think it's okay. Oh, it actually makes a save right here. Interesting. I don't have a knife, though. Guess you don't. Always a chem. Seems like it. If there's anything in that drawer. These remote bombs are actually really handy. I think we can grab this cassette tape. We can make a... I don't know. I think there's a lot of autosaves in this section from what I remember. I don't think there's any point in making a... Where the hell did it go? Prediction from yesterday is still up. What was the prediction?
watch it.
Oh, there's another one here.
Why?
You need to remember, so we can be a family.
Hey, Glenjamin. Thank you for the 16 months. Thank you, dude.
Alan, you're getting worse.
She must have infected me during the attack. And I'm too far gone anyway. But it serves me right. It's my fault she got out.
Yeah, it is your fault. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna let you die.
She didn't attack you?
It's part of her imprinting protocol. I can't believe this is happening.
Here, take it. It has her tissue samples. You find her. You fix this.
Okay, Evie, where are you?
All right. Director Alan Droney and caretaker Mia Winters. Recent reports suggest that if Evelyn remains at her current location, she is at a high risk of being stolen by opposing organizations. The orders, therefore, are to transfer Evelyn to our Central American branch for safekeeping until further notice. During transfer, be sure to adhere to the following protocols. Act as parental guardians for Evelyn at all times to avoid suspicion. Manage Evelyn's vitals via the Genome Codex provided. The mission is compromised beyond reconciliation. Dispose of Evelyn. Frickin' Alan Droney. Wonder if we're gonna see Alan make a return in Resident Evil 9. Oh, what is that link? Salad? Oh, the zip glitch? Hold on, let's take a look. The fuck? Why does that send you so far? Wait, so does this only work on console? What does this accomplish? Works on some PCs. That's so weird. Hmm. What would I rate Death Stranding 2 out of 10? You can do it in the old house, but you don't know if there's any footage. Interesting. That's so weird. Like, why? Why does it only work For some people. Is there anything in here? More supplements. All the supplements. Tried copying all of Zeke's settings exactly. Yeah, that's really weird. Hmm.
She's vomiting.
Yeah, so there is a skip here, chat. Normally, you're forced to take an audio call with Alan, but if you interact with this thing, if you interact with the mold, and then instantly turn around and sprint,
Damn.
you'll skip the call. I might have messed it up. No, it's fine. The Alan skip. Casual run. The thing is, I wonder if I go back, will it play it?
How's it going?
She's vomiting. Far more in excess of her body mass.
Oh, great. We're gonna be seeing a lot more of her ugly friends if this keeps up. All right, we need to find her and fast. This is getting out of hand.
Agreed.
There's also an out-of-bounds glitch in this elevator I remember testing. I don't know if I was ever able to replicate it, but... You could... There's like an enemy... There's that guy. You can somehow use his like body to clip you through this elevator somehow. I don't know. It's really weird. Dude, what am I doing? Damn it, get over here. Stop blocking the way. I should just kill him. Oh my. I should have, I don't know. This is not good. This is not good. Please. Good thing you didn't cheap shot me. Yeah, I know. I was very scared. Why am I doing this playthrough? I just felt like playing RE7. I like Night Rain, but I don't like Night Rain enough to play it every day. Night Rain is fun, but it's just getting a little repetitive.
No, Evie, I'm not mad. Wait, What did you call me?
I don't want to live in the lab anymore. I want a house. And I want you to be my mommy.
Okay, Evie. I'll be your mommy. Just come back.
Evie, wait!
Hey, Tio.
Did you find her?
Yes, but she ran off. She's making more friends, Alan. Those things are everywhere.
I told you so.
Are you okay?
You just worry about getting Evelyn back.
I can't even remember what the button to detonate this is. I think it's like R. What the fuck? Why are you checking this stupid thing, man? Oh, come on! Dead? Fuck you. Bitch. I just put down 2? Well, whatever, man. That's fine. Not a big deal.
Emergency safety lockdown system has been engaged.
Oh, the thing is, we really want... What's in here? I don't want bombs for this guy here. Thank you for the 2-year resub, Bob. Don't remember this part of the game? Don't worry. You're not the only one. Hello, Almasaur. Alan.
How did you get here?
Where's Evie?
She's out of control. Without the treatments, she's deteriorating.
Well, it's a good thing I'm already dying.
Don't say that.
She trusts you. That little bitch, she never trusts. Okay, wait. Evie, no, Evie, Evie.
Alan, listen.
I didn't mean to call you that.
She's
Evie,
trying to take control. You have to fight her. Evelyn, stop! Stop right now!
Don't touch me, don't!
Alan fucking gooped everywhere.
Ethan. You were right. I did lie to you. I shouldn't have. All I can say is that if you get this, stay away. Forget that you ever knew me. Have a good life.
We'll be together forever.
This is like the only skippable cutscene in the entire game, by the way, because it's like pre-rendered. Luckily, all the new Resident Evil games have skippable cutscenes.
Now do you remember?
Yes, Evelyn. I remember.
Can we be a family like before?
No, Evie. We can't be a family. We were never a family. We will never be a
Usually
family.
don't skip them anyway. I mean, if I'm speedrunning a game, I definitely skip the cutscenes. If I'm just doing the games in like a marathon for fun, I won't though. Doesn't the game like make us... Do I even need to make a save here? Doesn't it make one... Does it not autosave like right when you spawn in here? I think it does. I don't know. Hey, Pete. Hey, Pokua. Thank you for the donation, man. Thank you for the $6. Experts don't need save games. I mean, yeah. Yeah, this is my first playthrough, true. Is there anything you can actually loot here? There's an herb. Oh, there's a coin. Yeah, Madhouse is... I mean, it's not crazy different, but these coins, these antique coins, can be used as currency in Madhouse difficulty to unlock certain things, which I really like that aspect. These currencies are normal too. Yes, but some of the items that you can buy are not there in normal difficulty. Right. Hey, the Madao, thank you for the 8 months. Alright, please, Mr. Fat Guy, do not block me. Oh, no, that's okay. Hey, Usi Remix, thank you for the year resub. Thank you, man. Is there anything over this way? Hey, where the hell is this? In the ship. Oh, you don't say. Oh, what the? If I go in here, will these guys despawn? Can't climb through the window. The heck's in here? Isn't this like a puzzle or something? You're supposed to match it? Oh. Hard puzzle, I know. What can I say? Oh. Fucking. Also, dude, I didn't even take the knife. I was supposed to grab the knife when I... Does it matter? Not really, I guess. I can still grab it. Wait, is it not? Did I forget it earlier? Or maybe I'm just maybe that's after. Afterwards. Oh my god, this section's been kind of scuffed. We might end up oh shit. Might end up needing to redo this. No fucking way. Well, that's not good. I messed up. I'm so dead. This has not been good. Honestly, the ship section is not bad at all, though, if you just do the speed strats. Me kind of goofing around has honestly made this harder. Oh my god, I didn't even grab the fuse. Oh, Jesus. Alright, well, I just need to make it... Don't forget the fuse. I just need to make it back. Bro. Why is... I killed you, bro. Oh, jeez. It's fucking over, guys. We're gonna need to reload, probably. But I'm gonna try. There is a first aid up here.
He's waiting.
But the first enemy we run into might just kill me. Please don't cheap shot me. This is fine. Push through. Easy clap. What's in here? Oh, coin. More bombs, sure. Why not?
I need you to do something.
Alright, well, time for Mia fight.
Ethan? Ethan?
Well, Resident Evil 7 barely had
I'm not gonna hurt you.
mods just because it was
Hell, I never
new.
would have if I could have helped you.
What do you mean? I'm no killer, son. Neither is Marguerite, nor my boy Lucas, or even Zoe here. That girl, Evelyn, she did this.
What the hell is she? No, what did she do to you?
She infected us with her gift. That's what she calls it. I found her near a busted out tanker in the bayou. Everything changed after that.
So she infects you and then she takes control?
No. Not exactly, son. She just... She forces her way into your mind, your soul. You can't fight back.
I have never played
You are
Resident Evil
connected to
6.
her.
Maybe one day.
Can't resist the urge to... Oh, you're a different person after that.
Just like Mia. So Mia sent me that message because of Evelyn.
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own. She's the key. All right? You find her and you stop her. Ethan. Free my family. Please.
Who's the protagonist of Requiem? Alyssa. Wait, that's the name, right?
Evelyn, stay away from him.
Why? He doesn't love you. I can make him love you.
Don't hurt him.
Oh, it's Grace. Okay, I always get it mixed up. I can never fucking remember.
Don't you dare.
Or what? You're not my mommy. Remember?
Not a real RE fan.
There's no time. Here, take this.
What's this?
I won't be able to resist for much longer.
No. Mia, no. No.
Goodbye, Mia.
I'll go kill that bitch.
Why, Mia? Why?
Yeah, we chose Zoe on this playthrough, so now everyone dies. What keeps me coming back to these RE games I've played a million times? They're fun, and I haven't played this game in a while. And the alternative is just grinding Night Rain, which I definitely don't want to do. Oh, there's another coin here? If I tried multiplayer games, I used to play CSGO and Dota 2 and used to play World of Warcraft. But those days are kind of behind me. I don't know, multiplayer games make me kind of toxic, and they just have very toxic communities in general. There's a collapse in the Patterson mine. Twan and Beckford are dead, and Huxley will never walk on his own again. Old man Stan was right, the ground there is too unstable. Company's not going to send us any replacements, they want us to work double shifts instead. I can't wait to get back to the old country.
Alpha 1, this is Bravo 1. Do you read? This is Alpha 1. Report. Did you find anything? A thorough search of the Baker property revealed 0 survivors. Repeat, 0 survivors. We did find evidence of a skirmish. Evelyn? Negative. However, we did find several encrypted messages from the Baker
Do I not have
to
supplements?
an unknown third party. You can probably guess who that was. That's just great. We've had reports using the abandoned mine south of the property. I'm gonna go have a look. Roger that. We'll meet you at those coordinates. If you encounter Evelyn, orders are shoot to kill. Repeat, shoot to kill.
Assault coin, iron defense coin, stabilizer, the mag. Oh, I can still get the mag. I haven't done any of the DLCs yet. We actually have 11 coins. Could buy the mag. You know what, fuck it, let's do it. I have 1 bullet. 4 bullets. I don't even have a machine gun. Doing my crazy inventory. Oh wait, I have 3 first aids. 5 first aids. Alright, we're frickin' loaded, chat. Why did I pick that up? Is there anything else I want? I actually do kind of want I do kind of want a neuro round, but I think it's fine. We have 1 million supplies anyways. Also, Schmarties, thank you for the 58 months, dude. Welcome back, buddy. It feels good to just play some casual Resident Evil. I want to do a Resident Evil marathon at some point still. But I'm not really... I don't know. I need like... I need to like take a few days off before I do any marathons. Been streaming a lot. What am I doing? What the? I'm dead? Okay, well, you know, that's my fault. I should have just kept running. God of War marathon. Yeah, the OG God of Wars are a lot of fun. Okay, just keep running. Worst case, we just get hit. How much FPS do I have? Like 300. Thanks to you guys, it's been about a week since my head's been clear and back to normal, and still, she thinks she's got me. You guys really need to work on fixing that. Not only does she look like a little kid, but she's about as stupid as one too. Mom and Dad are still totally under though. I was wondering, is this whole family obsession something you guys programmed into her? It's kind of fucked up. That bitch Mia is still somewhere in between Evie La La Land and reality. She gets pretty violent, so I locked her up in a cell. Thought maybe Evelyn would get mad since Mia's her favorite and all, but she doesn't seem to care. She actually goes and visits her sometimes. She thinks Mia's her mommy. Like I said, your bioweapon is fucked up. Wait, who is sending this note? Evelyn's family obsession is getting out of hand. She's making everyone kidnap more and more assholes off the street to add to her freak show of a family. Maybe she's getting tired of Mia not coming around, but it's a pain in the ass for me because I gotta clean up the mess whenever someone new comes along. By the way, Evie's looking sick or something. Her skin is getting all wrinkly and she's getting gray hairs. Is that supposed to happen? It's almost like she's getting old all of a sudden. The report details the symptoms that appear when the bacterium that grows inside of the E-Series infects a human. Should read this document thoroughly before dealing with the E-Series weaponized assets, hereafter referred to as mold. The mold ingests nutrients from the subject's body to propagate itself and slowly takes over cells within the body. As a side effect of this, the infected subject gains remarkable regenerative abilities. During experiments, we removed arms and legs from test subjects and found that they were able to co-opt the amputated limbs in a matter of minutes. Once the mold reaches the brain, the subject's thoughts become in tune with those of the E-Series asset. The subject starts to hear things and experience hallucinations, and soon comes under complete control of the E-Series asset. If the state continues, the host will lose all sense of ego. After every cell in the body has been taken over by the mold, the subject begins to lose their human form. Physical mutations differ from case to case, but all result in him or her acquiring incredible physical strength. Containing a subject at this stage would be extremely difficult. The mold. Well, there is a strong chem fluid here. This project was instigated in 2000 as one of the several concepts for the company's NextBoss, Next Generation Experimental Battlefield Superiority Initiative, working with technical assistance from HCF to develop a bioweapon for neutralizing combatants en masse with minimal direct contact. NextBoss was later folded and all its assets diverted to this project. What makes this project markedly different from conventional weapons is its ability to turn enemy combatants into allies, converting hostile elements into willing servants. Since this effectively eliminates the cost of not only POW handling, but also combat itself, it's no wonder we had something and even organization chomping at the bit to get on board. The project would never have existed were it not for the discovery in something of something, the remarkably progressed vicariant evolution fungus that we commonly term the mutamycete. The fabrication method for each bioweapon was to introduce the mutamycete genome to a pre-stage 4 human embryo and perform cultivation in a controlled environment over a period of 38 to 40 weeks. The resultant organisms were referred to as candidate specimens and graded based on usability, from the impractical and faulty Series A through D to the perfected E series. Common appearance was selected for the bioweapons, that of a roughly 10-year-old girl, to ensure ease of blending in within urban and refugee populations. The first E-Series specimen, named Evelyn, has proven capable of secreting the mutamycete from her tissue at will. It's also of note that Evelyn's mutamycete imposes a profound control over body and mind when introduced into a host organism. We have a lot to learn about the mechanism by which Evelyn achieves and maintains this control, but the working theory is that the vector is similar to the autoinducer pheromones used for quorum sensing in Pseudomonas bacteria. Ah, yes, of course. Evelyn's control is exerted in a series of discrete stages, the first of which is hallucination. Almost immediately after infection, the subject begins to see images of Evelyn, though she is not in fact there, and even hear her voice, which is inaudible to anyone else. Auditions with infected subjects throughout the stages of infection reveal that at first, the Phantom Evelyn appears to be a normal young girl, sometimes desiring companionship or assistance. As time progresses, she begins making more extreme demands, including self-mutilation and attacks on other people. The psychological shock this induces helps to break down the mind's natural barriers to Evelyn's brainwashing effect, and by the time mental control is achieved, the mutamycete infection has progressed throughout the body's cells, so the body... something. Okay. It's been a long time since I've read any of this lore. Oh, there's more lore? Evelyn's functions also include the ability to form organisms from mycelia, the fungal filaments. This term organism is used loosely here. Strictly speaking, they are superorganisms formed of countless mycelia. What's important, though, is that they exhibit a strong survival instinct and will defend themselves ferociously with the slightest provocation. Their fungal toughness and remarkable strength give them significant battlefield potential. The researchers have been calling these superorganisms the molded, made of mold, and also molded as in shaped. The name has a certain elegance to it. For the treatment of accidental infections, performing something on samples of Evelyn's body tissue produces a unique fungicidal serum. Administering the serum to an infected subject will cause the mycelia to calcify, but if the subject's cells are already largely invaded, the serum will be fatal. Since the treatment window is so small, the serum's primary use is therefore disposal of infected subjects rather than a cure. In exploring the serum's potential, we found that subjecting it to something would enhance its effects to extreme potency, becoming a compound we now call E-necrotoxin, which is toxic even in tiny amounts. What's been interesting to observe in Evelyn's behavior is her obsession with the concept of family. In experiments, we found on multiple occasions that infected subjects were compelled to act as her mother or father, treating her as if she were really their daughter. Why did she settle upon family as the theme for her mental control? This is just speculation, but it could be that she instinctively understands that a family unit is better suited to blending into social groups than a lone girl. On the other hand, well, a sentimental sort might suggest that she's making up for a perceived lack of love in her quarantined upbringing, a parent's love. I make... Oh, full. I'm just gonna use this. Okay, we'll grab that. We'll make some neuro rounds. 20-page essay. Yeah, it's nice. Alright, we're gonna make some E-necrotoxin, chat. That's what we just read about. Destroys the cells of any subject based on the E-series bioweapon model. Use only for disposal of E-series assets. The toxin must be stimulated before use. It's funny how many people got baited by the 200-word essay memes back in the day. They still do. True. Alright, we have 6 heals. This is the most heals I've ever had in this section. As well, normally I don't take, like, I don't loot nearly this much. I just kind of do the speedrun route. Are these bombs? We have so much ammo. It's been nice just slowly going through RE7. Honestly, there isn't that much to explore in this game, though. I want to do all the cooking and stuff in Resident Evil Village, though. I want to do like a Village of Shadows run. Get all the meats. Yeah, Village has a lot of like side content. All meats percent, yes. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, don't miss our shots. Damn, that's a strong Magnum. Shit. Thought I was dead. Yeah, me too. Stop fucking puking on me, man. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna kill him. That's right. The speedrun strat here can actually be kind of toxic. I mean, it's not that bad with practice, but it's really easy to, like, fuck it up. How many deaths so far? I don't know. There was a fair bit of deaths on, Jack 2 fight. The knife-only strat is cooked. I don't know if I remember what they do for knife-only here. Do you have to just, like, tank? Or do you somehow get them to, like... Can you get... Yeah, what the fuck do you do here for knife-only? Can you get them to, like, blow them up? Or do you just have to, like, face tank them and heal? Like, knife-only here must be horrible. You have to bait them up that ramp, then they fall out of bounds when dropping off it if you stand under them in a specific spot. Okay. And then what? And then you just face tank the bombs and just heal through it? I guess. Oh, you can't die on ladders. I see. That's funny.
I'm sure of it.
It's the same thing in RE4 that you can't die on ladder. That's why there's always so many clips in, like, the Dynamite Village where you're fucking getting knocked off the ladder just over and over again. Is anyone home? Hey, Traverse, thank you for the 56 months, man. And Hater Salad, thank you for the 21 months. Also, Athoras, thank you for the 33 months. I don't know if I'm repeating myself.
Your fault.
My memory
Why am I
is
seeing this?
terrible. Thank you, guys.
Ethan, it's okay. It's okay, it's me. I know you didn't mean to hurt me.
Kill him, Mommy.
But you shouldn't have done that! It fucking hurts!
He doesn't want to be my daddy? Then he can die. Now it's Mommy's turn to kill you. You're gonna be one of us. And then maybe you'll play nicely.
I'm not playing.
No! Get that away from me!
Get off me!
Can she actually do damage? I don't think so. Can we go outside? Oh, I want to go outside. Also, it's so strange. At the start of the game, you can move these chairs. They're like interactable physics objects, but in this section you can't. Crazy. Holy shit, Mia.
Get away! No, you don't! No, don't! No! No, no, no!
You.
Why does everyone hate me?
Goodbye, Evelyn.
It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Damn you! Damn you all to hell!
Yeah, shooting in this part doesn't really do anything.
You're just a little boy.
Didn't get the skip.
Playtime.
And we four-shot her. Boom. So close to world record, yeah. What can I say? I'm excited to do the DLC though. I haven't done the DLC in a long time.
I'm Redfield. Glad we found you.
The fuck took you guys so long?
I cannot wait to be done with this babysitting job. And come home to my loving husband. I miss you. Oh, I gotta get back to work. I love you, Ethan. I miss you so much. I'm sending tons of kisses. Bye, baby.
Bye.
Bye, Mia.
They say that when one door closes, another opens. Well, a door closed tonight. And what a long night it was. But not just for me. Mia and I weren't the only victims here. So were the Bakers. It was that thing, Evelyn, who made them that way. But now Evelyn's dead. And these guys are here to clean up the mess.
I swear,
I've just
man,
come to terms with
every
losing
single
Mia the
fucking
first
Resident
time.
Evil game like ends in a
But now I've lost her
helicopter.
again. And the only other door I can see is closed.
Not RE4. Well, RE4 kind of ends in a helicopter because it ends in the post-game credits. It's Ada in a helicopter flying away talking to Wesker. So. Alright, I will be right back, chat. But then we'll do some DLC in a little bit when I get back.
Tell Aunt Rhody that everybody's dead. I was raised in a deep, dark hole, a prisoner with no parole. They locked me up and took my soul. Go tell Aunt Rhody. Go tell Aunt Rhody. Go tell Aunt Rhody that everybody's call to him and he will come. She'll run to him like he's the one. His arms outstretched, but when she's done, he'll be torn apart. Go tell Aunt Rhody. Go tell Aunt Rhody. Go tell Aunt Rhody. Go tell Aunt Rhody. Go tell Aunt Rhody.
Alright, I'm back. Got myself an apple. Do I like Bakura? I don't even really know who she is. Oh. I'm indifferent. Did I play RE8 before 7? Do you mean like in general? Am I playing 7 for the first time? No. I used to speedrun this game. I used to have the record in this game. There's 33 coins. I have all the statues destroyed. All right, guys. We've got a few different DLCs we could do.
Days has left many residents in some of the pair.
Why are you doing this? The pretties my little girl is giving me!
Well, let's just start from the beginning. I honestly, the only one that I really remember is the bedroom in 21. I don't remember Daughters and Nightmare that much. Yeah, I'll do all of them. Like Mercenaries? Oh, okay. Maybe I won't do this one then. I was never really that big of a fan of Mercenaries, to be honest. Let's do the bedroom. This is like an escape room. Maybe we'll do Daughters first. There's just more like backstory. 3 years ago, the Bakers were like any other family. They had just finished a family dinner. What the fuck? I was reading that.
In today's top news, record-breaking rainfall from this week's hurricane looking to come to a close tomorrow morning as the storm moves on. Out in the Gulf, reports of a missing ship have rescue crews combing the coast. We'll have the details on that search shortly. But first, record rain over the past few days has left many residents in some of the parishes knee-deep in floodwaters. On radar, we can see the system moving along to the northeast, losing strength as it goes. And by tomorrow morning, we should be home
Any
free
news on the
and
damage
out
from
of
the
rain
storm?
Here in
They haven't said.
Marguerite, open up. Found another one.
I'm coming. Oh. Oh, she's so young.
Yeah, how's our other guest?
Sleeping, poor thing.
Yeah, I say let him. He'll be okay here for a few days. Leastwise till we can get him into town.
Zoe, go get some fresh clothes from the laundry room, okay? Oh, looks like there's some sort of oil spill or something.
Yes.
Let's get this poor girl some fresh clothes and into a warm bed. We'll put her in Lucas's old room.
Oh, come on, can't you put her somewhere else?
Oh, Lucas, you just hush. You've long outgrown that room. Always wanted to run a bed and breakfast.
You got your big break, didn't you? Get her to bed. I'll put some soup on. Ugh. Good night for soup, don't you think? Excuse me, Lucas.
Good night for soup. 1019. Oh, we know his code. I don't know if that's actually relevant.
Hurry up and get her some clothes before she gets that shit all over my old room.
Alright, yeah, I'm working on it. Zoe Baker, 4th grade. Jack, I put our guest to bed in the trailer. I told her she could have the old bedroom, but she insisted. Marguerite. That talking about Mia? Am I actually going here? Yeah, they've got a different car here. It has no model. No brand.
There's a change of clothes in the laundry room, dear.
He robs Ethan? Oh, right. Yeah. Cacao bread.
Go on, take that girl some clean clothes.
And jelly? And jam? You think we have peanut butter anywhere?
Zoe, she can't be in those dirty clothes all night.
What you cooking in there?
There's a change of clothes in the laundry room, dear.
It's been so long since I've done this DLC. It's cool to see the Baker family before everything went to shit. Feel bad for the Bakers. Yeah, I mean, they were just trying to be good people and take care of a young girl, which is the whole reason she's a young girl, because they knew nobody's gonna kill a young girl or hurt them or reject them. Nail up some plywood, call the glass people later. Lucas's birthday present, power tool. Now, are there working reflections in any of the Resident Evil games? I can't say I remember. Like, that's something not something I necessarily paid that much attention to. Where are we right now? Oh yeah, well I guess there's the mirror at the beginning of RE3 Remake. True.
Go on, take that girl some clean clothes.
Yeah, hold on. Something in here. I don't know if I need...
Zoe, she can't be in those dirty clothes all night.
I'm gonna leave her in the dirty clothes. Screw you, Evelyn. Oh shit, there was a lockpick for here. Maybe I was supposed to lockpick this one. Maybe there's a second lockpick. I can't remember. Hello, Silves. What's up, buddy? The hell is this? What is this picture? Picture of legs. Picture of cows. The nails look loose.
Honey, please get her cleaned up and into some dry clothes. I need to check on the boathouse. It was half on the water last I looked.
Yes, Daddy.
I know I think there's like different endings you can give for this depending on what you do. We're probably gonna just die the first time. I can't remember.
All right, little girl. Let's get you cleaned up.
They're mine now.
What? Daddy? Is the power out? Was there a lightning strike?
Row.
Where'd that little girl get to?
I wonder if there is a second lockpick somewhere. Or maybe I just fucked up by using the one that I did.
What was that?
Maybe we can go grab that bottle.
Hello? Where'd everybody go?
Oh? Anybody home?
Lucas? What happened? Are you okay? What the hell's going on?
Salad's so mean to Lucas. Yeah, what the heck, Salad? Now, Lucas is kind of a jerk. Let's be real. I really don't remember. I mean, I remember this DLC, but not well enough to remember where to go at all. I've only played this DLC, I think, one time ever. Where the hell am I going? Scrutinize, dear God. I would rather grind fucking anything other than that game. Scrutinized is. I hope you're fucking joking. Are they in? I don't know. Do I need to go in the crawl space? Maybe it's upstairs somewhere.
I know. I know. That's
That's right. All around. Mama, is that you?
Mama?
Zoe, come look. Come see her gift. Look at all the pretties my little girl has given me! Kiss me, lover!
What the hell? Get to the garage! Get some rope! Go, now!
Oh, get out of my way, Jack! This girl's our family now, and we're hers!
Off me, woman! Get... Don't you make me do something I'll regret.
Rope.
I'm on my way, Daddy.
Stop it!
Don't you worry. It's a whole lot worse than it looks. Cleanliness is next to godliness, and your mother's pretty fucking close to meeting him right now. She wants me to do this. I have to show her how to hold him. She wants us all to show her our love.
Daddy!
You don't want to disappoint her now, do you? We can't do that.
What are you talking about?
Your new sister, Evie. When I ask for rope, I expect to get rope. I'm gonna just... Can't you listen?
Daddy! What's gotten into you?
While you're under my roof, you'll do as I say.
The thing is,
Find a way out.
we can use rope here, but I don't think we have the... Oh, maybe we use the fork.
Get away!
You can't keep me out.
Stop it!
Accept her gift.
I gotta get out of here.
Come out and meet her, Zoe. Oh, that Evelyn. Such a sweet little thing.
I don't like sneaks! Are you there?
No?
Ha! Now get over here! Jack! Give me a hand here, Jack! No! Get over here, Jack! Daddy, stop! Why are you doing this?
Now what's the matter, honey? Don't you want to play with your new sister?
She is
You failed.
I gotta get out of here. Huh?
I don't know where I need to go. Looks like there's one dog head missing. Was she going to where I sprinted?
She's just lonely, Zoe, and we gotta protect her. Zoe!
Zoe.
Oh.
I gotta get out of here.
I don't think we want the light on.
Huh?
I'm surprised she saw me.
You're gonna have a little sister, Zoe. She's just lonely, Zoe, and we gotta protect her.
Zoe. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong.
Mama.
Stay away. Don't touch her. Don't hurt my family.
I don't understand, Mama. What's going on?
Here! Take it! Take it! Oh. Go!
Don't worry, Mama. I'll go get help. Why is this happening?
Zoe! Give me that thing! Give it!
Well now, here you are.
No.
Oh, you always did like hiding there. Shut up! You ain't real.
Maybe I can sneak through here.
Daddy.
Honey, I know where you are. Come out now. I won't be angry.
I don't know where he went. Drive out of there, Zoe.
Come on. Come on.
What? You up and leave us?
Don't you want to meet your little sister?
Now you're just being rude.
Failed to lead Zoe on the true path. Yeah. All right, I can't remember. Man, I can't remember exactly what we're supposed to do. I think I have to restart it, don't I? I don't think I can resume. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't even let me resume.
In today's top news, record-breaking rainfall from this week's hurricane looking to come to a close tomorrow morning as the storm moves on. Out in the Gulf, reports of a missing ship have rescue crews combing the coast. We'll have the details on that search shortly. But first, record rain over the past few days has left many...
They haven't said.
Marguerite, open up. Found another one.
I'm coming.
I mean, we saw Lucas's code on his phone, which I actually think is relevant for something, from what I remember.
Oh, she's so young.
How's our other guest?
Sleeping, poor thing.
I say let him. He'll be okay here for a few days. Leastwise till we can get him into town.
Zoe, go get some fresh clothes from the laundry room, okay? Oh, looks like there's some sort of oil spill or something.
Yes.
Let's get this poor girl some fresh clothes and into a warm bed. We'll put her in Lucas's old room.
Oh, come on, can't
You
you
have
put
to
her
use it?
somewhere else?
Well, yeah, I don't remember where you're supposed to use it. But I'm sure I'll figure it out. It's okay.
Got your big break, didn't you? Get her to bed. I'll put some soup on. Ugh. Good night for soup, don't you think? Excuse me.
I do love me some soup. Okay, well, hold on. I need to see what the lockpick unlocks in the upper room. Then, maybe I'm not meant to use the lockpick there.
Go on, take that girl some clean clothes.
Whoops. All right, what do we got in here? Oh, okay. This lets us go upstairs. Yeah, I think this was the mistake we made. I'm not sure we even need to turn the lights off yet. Oh, well, I guess I need to get the clothes.
Laundry room.
All right. I'll get the fucking clothes.
Honey, please get her cleaned up and into some dry clothes. I need to check on the boathouse. It's half on the water last I looked.
Yes, Daddy.
Aha. Got a Christmas tree up here.
Yes.
Boom. Freaking nailed it. Zoe, I told you to keep your dirty hands off my laptop. Dum-dum. Oh, you're just jealous of my hacker skills. This is what you get for using the same password for your phone and your computer, dipshit. The fuck you list. The old man slapped me right in the face for checking my phone during dinner. Fuck you. Can't say one word about Mama's cooking without getting yelled at. Fuck you. All I did was look in on Zoe when she was doing yoga and she called me a pervert. Fuck you. The old man got drunk and started throwing all my crap in that red box out on the veranda. Fuck you. Is there... Is that all the code does, is give me the fuck you list? Maybe there's more to the fuck you list than... I pressed next, chat. There's nothing else. I feel like I'm missing something here, but... Alright, Evie, you can stay right there. Actually, wait, maybe not. Because I don't think I can use the fork until I start getting... Yeah. We might have to get Chase now, because the veranda's out there, no? I think we loot something after... Well, we'll see. Can't remember.
All right, little girl. Let's get you cleaned up.
They're mine now.
What?
I mean, I've played this before, guys. It's been a while, though.
Daddy? Is the power out? Was there a lightning strike?
But what actually makes them spawn in?
What was that?
Maybe I have to go downstairs? Oh, maybe I have to find Lucas.
Lucas? What happened? Are you okay? What the hell's going on?
I know. Mama, is that you? Zoe, come look. Come see her gift. Look at all the pretties my little girl is giving me! Kiss me, lover!
What the hell? Get to the garage! Get some rope! Go, now!
Oh, get out of my way, Jack! The girl's our family now, and we're hers!
Oh, woman! Get... Now, don't you make me do something I'll regret.
Curious if they said anything else.
Zoe! Give me some rope. I got some in the garage.
going on? I'm on my way, Daddy. Stop it!
Don't you worry. It's a whole lot worse than it looks. Cleanliness is next to godliness, and your mother's pretty fucking close to meeting him right now. She wants me to do this. I have to show her how to hold him. She wants us all to show her our love.
Daddy!
You don't want to disappoint her now, do you? We can't do that.
What are you talking about?
Your new sister, Evie. When I ask for rope, I expect to get rope. I'm just gonna teach you a lesson.
Daddy! What's gotten into you?
While you're under my roof, you'll do as I say you do.
I gotta find a way out.
Zoe! Open the door!
Get away!
Alright, we're fine. Early. I hope there's nothing I'm missing in here, though, that I need to grab.
You can't keep me out!
I don't know if he gets in here eventually.
Stop it! Why?
I'll up and I'll fucking plug.
Daddy.
I ain't got time for this.
You have to be so fast here in the speed run for him not to get you. Do you not get the rope? Wait, there's the red box. Oh, I can squeeze through this. Ah, aha. Oh, so you don't even put the, I see. You still have to get the rope, but it's still, I mean, the DLC is so short that.
I gotta get out of here.
Zoe!
She's just lonely, Zoe, and we gotta protect her.
Shit, we're outside.
This can't be real.
Don't think anyone has beaten the current record since they got it. Well, has anybody been trying? Not to say that it isn't beatable. Silk Song on July 3rd. What are you even what are you talking about? Silk Song. If it gets beaten, will you try to get it back? I don't have the record for this DLC. I've never speedran this DLC. They're gonna shadow drop it. Oh, Mia's in here. Remember me speedrunning this? Well, you remember me speedrunning the main game. She's got the statue. To the Baker family, thank you for saving my life, but please forget all about me. I was assigned to transport some important cargo on that ship. Getting involved with me or that cargo can only cause trouble for your family. Big trouble. Please don't contact the police or state authorities. Just pretend we never met. And you saved me, so take this advice in return. If you see a girl near the ship who looks about 10 years old, do not approach her. If she talks to you, get away as quickly as you can. Just try not to make her angry in the process. If you've been feeling ill at all, then I'm afraid the worst may have already happened. It's a fate worse than death, and it can't be cured at a hospital. I'm so sorry. There's a way to stop it, though. Serum. If you inject... Stop the sim... I guess Evelyn stopped... D-series... Statue is so creepy, actually.
I think I fell asleep.
Well, well, now look who has decided to join us.
Wake up and smell the shitty coffee, Zoe.
Lucas.
You okay, dear? There was a lot of excitement from that storm last night.
I'm fine. I had the weirdest dream last night. There was this little girl.
Well, now, after breakfast, Lucas and I are going to have a look around and see if the storm did any damage. You two should have a look around the house.
That's a good idea, Jack. You remember the last hurricane? We thought we were lucky. And the next time it rained, there was a mess for sure.
Hello, sister.
Now Zoe's mundane life has become a struggle for survival. She spent her days slipping through the grasp of her now insane family, searching for the serum that Mia spoke of in her letter. The nights are marked by the family's murderous feasts, and Evelyn's body deteriorates as the months go by. Eventually, Zoe will encounter Ethan, her best hope at finding the serum, but she has a long way to go before that day. And so began the horror. And I like how I gave her the serum and then she dies. All right. Should we do some card games? Nightmares and Mercs, it's just kind of slow. I see. I would rather just do like if it's like combat based, I think I'd probably rather just do Ethan Must Die. I think we should just do the normal mode. Hounded by the Bakers, Clancy runs through an open door in the yard and finds himself stumbling through and I can't read it all. Nice.
What the?
Survive 5 hours till daytime while upgrading guns and stuff. Oh, I see.
Hey, look at me. Yeah, look at me. There you go. Now, I wonder, do you have what it takes? So you two are gonna play a little game. And whoever wins gets to walk on out of here alive. So pay attention. Because it's life or death. Yours. Woo! You like cards? Of course you do. Well, I've made up a game especially for you two. Except we don't bet with chips around here. If you catch my drift.
Hey, he said he'd let the winner go.
Who are you?
What do you think? You believe that phrase?
And now, I'll explain the rules of the game. You fellas play blackjack, right? You just draw cards, trying to add up to 21. Go over 21, and you lose.
Wait, this is crazy.
So, say your prayers and let the games begin.
Are you fucking kidding?
All right, Clancy, my man. You're up first. Either draw a card or stick with what you got. Aim for 21.
I'm gonna stay.
I think I'm gonna stay.
Okay, Hoffman. You're next. These cards are numbered 1 to 11.
I was tempted
No
just to
doubles,
choose the worst
and you share the same deck.
outcomes just to piss off chat, but
I'll stay.
Okay, show 'em,
well, piss
fellas.
off the backseaters rather.
The winner is... Clancy! The loser pays the bet.
This is insane. You can't do this. Ah, my fucking fingers. Ah, this ain't happening.
Hell of a game, right? Let's put a few more fingers in the pot.
What did I do? Tell me, what did I do?
What are you doing? He's staying. Okay, I'm drawing.
Hit me.
Hit me. Should still hit again.
I'll stay.
It's 2 fingers, but he has an 11. Like it's very high odds that he has more than me. So I need to draw. Oh, fuck off, man.
I'll stay.
I mean, I'm fucked, right? Or is there a way to make the AI, like, fuck itself over? I'm cooked. Cannot draw cards while bust. Oh, okay.
The winner
Another choice.
is... Hoffman!
Oh, it would have been a tie. I wonder what. I wonder what the tie. What happens with a tie? Do you both lose finger?
Let's just keep it going, boys. Lose this one, and you'll need a partner to jerk you off.
I'm gonna stay.
I'll stay.
The winner is...
We're fine. Surely.
Clancy! Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
I'll stay.
I need to draw.
Hit me.
Hopefully I don't get screwed. Okay.
I'll stay.
Alright, well, I'm staying.
I'm gonna stay.
He might have an 11 though. You have the 11? Oh, is that how it works? There can't be duplicates?
Now you'll let me go, right?
That's how the game works. I wish we could have had a little more fun.
No. Gotta go home to my family. One more round.
Oh, that's the spirit, Hoffman. Sorry, Clancy. I guess we're playing another round.
What the fuck? What the? Hey! Hey, what's going on?
Voila. Just a little something special I made for the occasion. Figured it out yet? Oh, I bet you can guess. This puppy's a relic from an execution chamber. I got it working again, though. See them gauges there? The current goes up every time you lose. But what's the bet, Lucas? Just look here. At max power, you'll really ride the lightning.
Somebody get me out of this nut house!
You know what? I think it's time to spice this game up a little bit.
Your opponent's bet increases by 2 while this card is on the table. Draw the 6th card. If it is no longer in the deck, nothing happens.
See these new cards? These are special. Things are looking down. You can try using one of these to get yourself back on track.
What are my trump cards? I think we keep our current hand.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay.
Give me another.
So there's a 5, 6, 7.
Hit me.
Whoa, lucky you, Clancy. You get a trump card.
Oh. He has a 6 though. God damn it. I can't pull the 6 with my trump card. I could take the 5 though. Well, I could put it in the... I can't get a 6 or a 5. I could get a 9, 10, or 11 though. Nine is in the deck. I guess he can't have an 11. He could have a 10 though. He could, but if he has a 10, I'm fucked anyways. In worst case, he has a... I don't actually know what the better choice is here. I'm gonna stay, I guess.
Okay, show 'em, fellas. It's a
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
draw. I guess you both lose.
Why? Why, you fuck?
Oh. That's good.
Give me another. I'm going home. I have a family. Just
I mean, he could...
die, okay?
If he has an 8 in his deck... There's only one thing he could have to beat me, which would be an 8. If he has a 7, then we're a tie, though. But that's only 2 cards. He wouldn't draw with an 8, that's also true. Oh.
I'm gonna stay.
Oh, you bitch.
I'll stay.
Hit me.
I'll stay.
Maybe I'll remove the last card. I'm not gonna draw. I mean, he might fail if he draws again, or if he had a 17. Then, well, we don't want to tie, so... He doesn't know, man. Oh, wait, never mind.
I'm gonna stay.
I thought it was his turn, I'm stupid.
I'll stay.
Alright.
The winner is...
You better not have a 7. Yeah, I knew it.
Let's move right on to the next game.
Melissa, just wait, baby girl. Daddy's gonna win this.
Damn, I could increase his bet by a bunch. But he could also do that to me as well. Which is dangerous.
Hit me.
Oh wow, an 11? Okay.
Give me another.
I mean, he could have a 3 or a 1. You could have a 3 or a 1. And also a 6. If he had a 6 and an 8, that would have been a 14 start. So he'd be at 19 right now. I mean, if he had a 10 and an 8, he wouldn't have drawn at the beginning. I think we just have to stay. There's not really much we could do. I mean, it's not worth drawing. There's too many low cards on the table already. And I'm pretty sure he has a low card.
I'm gonna stay.
I'll stay.
The winner is... Clancy!
Oh my god, by 1 again.
Oh, please.
Thanks for the $5, Frederick. Thanks, man. Draw the 3 card. Okay. I can't boost myself, though. And what do you mean I could have won? If I used my 2 boosts, that would have put him at 20. Well, this is good. Your bet boost? Yeah, but I can't boost myself. He was at 16. Oh. Oh, it's... Never mind, I see. I didn't realize how this worked. It makes the shock value go up. Well, he's fucking cooked either way, as long as we win this.
I'm gonna stay.
You might make me return my card, though. I mean, he could have an 8, but... I know it's my turn, guys. I know. But yeah, I mean, I guess if we tie, he dies either way. That's true.
Give me another.
What? Does he have a 1?
I'm gonna stay.
I mean, he could have a 7.
I'll stay.
I think I should use my return for him. Wait, can I not return his? No, I don't have return. Think he's bluffing? I mean, it's possible. I'm not gonna die even unless he does a 2-up bet again, in which case then I would die. But I mean, there's nothing I can do. I mean, yeah, it's... He wouldn't have drawn with the 7. I mean... Probably?
I'm gonna stay.
Let's see those cards.
I don't know though, dude. He's probably gonna have a 7, I'm pretty sure.
It's a...
Oh, never mind.
No! You can't be serious.
I feel like the AI in this can just fucks you over sometimes. I wonder if the AI can kill you and himself at the same time.
He's dead. He's fucking dead now, right? Tell me we're done.
Okay, Clancy, you won fair and square. Guess I'll set you up. Huh? Well, blow me down. Look at Hoffman. Hoffman, and I'll feel fine. I think we should play another round. Did you hear that? Hoffman, you tough son of a bitch. Like the man said, we gotta play another round.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You promised to let me go! Hey, you sick fuck, talk to me! Oh, what the fuck now?
I want to bring out a dear friend for our grand finale. Meet Mr. Saw. We got the distance left to Hoffman. And Clancy, this is how far to you. This is how much distance you're playing for. Just think of it as a massage, all shiatsu-like. But you better enjoy it, because it's the last massage you're ever gonna get. It's your turn now.
You enjoying this, you prick?
We have a 6. That would put us at 19, but I think we just draw. I mean, he has a 10, so we can't get that. I have the 11. So I could pull a 9, which would be bad. Potentially, unless he has the 9. But
Hit me.
okay.
I'll stay.
If he's staying, he's definitely got like a 9 or an 8. I think we should use our 6 draw, maybe. I doubt... Okay, well, I mean, we learned something, so he still has more than us. Oh, sakes, that's so annoying, though. I mean, I guess we can use another draw. We could get the 4. But we're only betting for 1 right now. I mean, a 4 doesn't necessarily beat him. Because he has a 6. He could still pull a 5 or a 3, but his odds are not... Well, he could pull what? A 5, a 3, and a 7, 8, and 9. So... I mean, the odds... It's just... We're only playing for 1, so I don't... I don't know which... I don't know which is the best choice here. Because we could pull a 3, 4, 5, and 7, which would all be good. Or we could pull an 8 or 9, but it's like 2/3 in our favor. I think we just hit it.
Hit me.
Oh, come on, man.
Give me another.
Oh, he's over too. Wait. He's higher than I am, so does he lose or do we both lose? You can return it. Oh, that's true. I could return it, and he's over now. But I don't know. Do you both lose? I don't know how it works. You get kicked out of Vegas so fast with the song. Listen, I don't play blackjack. I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, he has a 6. He's over. He's at 23, but we're both above, so if you go over, you lose. So you both lose? Yeah, I think you're right. The thing is it better to return the card or to wait? Like, it doesn't matter if we fucking win this one because the bet is so low. If he's higher, you still win. All right, let's just stay and see what happens. What? Go for 24? Well, fuck, he has 23.
I'll stay.
You bitch. Well, fuck, I think we just have to take the loss, most likely. Oh, the mental. I didn't even know that's a card. Draw 3, then you're both 1 away. Yeah, but I'm over. I lose. I lose either way if I draw 3. And there's nothing I could pull that would even, like, even if there's nothing I can draw. I think we just have to take the L, chat.
I'm gonna stay.
The winner is... Hoffman!
No.
I mean, we got Hoffman to use his 24 card, which is good, I guess. Your opponent draws the best possible card for them from the deck. Okay.
Give me another. Clancy, just give up! Stop being selfish and die already!
He's definitely got something low if he drew. Oh my god, man, I don't know. Fuck. He could bust. I mean, he could have bust. That's true. I feel like it's possible. But he could also have something really low. He has the 8 and 9, which is good. I think we have to hit, because there's only one card that could put us over. Since he has the 8 and 9.
Hit me.
Surely we won't draw a 10. 2.
I'll stay.
I mean, there's no... Well... Okay, so, I mean, we could draw the 5, and if he has the 5, then he's fucked anyways, so... Yes, let's... do that. But the thing is... He might still fuck me over here. I don't know if we should have used all this stuff already. He could have 4. That's true, he could, but either way, if it's a tie, I think my bet, like, he'll still...
I'm gonna stay.
I don't know, we'll see. Oh, you bitch.
I'll stay.
I'm gonna stay.
The winner is Clancy.
Get a 1.
Almost.
Oh man.
Your life ain't shit anyway. Think of my
Is it
wife
like
and
even if we win
daughter.
this one though, it's not gonna be enough. Oh, actually we got a bet card. Look at that. Oh, well, this is good. We got a 9. All right, we could definitely
Hit me.
draw. An 8. That's not bad.
Give me another.
I mean, if he has... Yeah, I'm gonna draw the 4, but... We could also force him to draw... Or actually... No, it's the best possible card for them. So I guess that kind of lets you know... Alright, well, we'll just... We'll see if we can get a 4. He might have a 4. No, he doesn't. Okay. And I mean, he can't have 21 because he already has a 5, so... Alright. Let's use our bet increase. He could destroy it, though. I guess it's fine.
I'm gonna stay.
Yeah.
I'll stay.
He can't have 21.
The winner is Clancy. Oh shit! Almost.
See, this is great, but it could also all go to shit. Depending on how this goes. But I guess even if we were to lose, the next one we would still win.
Clancy's gonna beat me. What can I do? I can't give up now. There must be something I can do. Oh yeah, I guess I'll use this. This is my H in the hole.
Both players' bets are raised by 100 while this card is on the table. Opponent cannot draw cards even via trump card effects.
This can't be happening.
I mean, he has the best... He has the best possible... Like, he got the best possible card, so he had a 1. Oh no, sorry. He had a 4. I could make him draw, but what if he returns the card that he drew? I mean, I can draw.
Hit me.
Oh. Oh, do you... I guess you have to use this?
To hell with this.
Huh? Hey, what the hell?
Hit me. I'm gonna stay.
Son of a...
I'm ending this.
Oh.
No, no, no.
done now, right?
Imagine it just keeps going.
Will you let me go now?
You are one cold son of a bitch! Now you impress me so much, I'm gonna give you an extra reward. We gonna play another game, you and me. Oh, ain't life grand?
No! I can't take this anymore! Please! Please, God. Fuck!
So, you know, I've never actually played I've never played like survival. Do you play against Lucas in that, or do you still play against... Defeat the elusive Mr. Big Head? Hoffman still? Oh, okay. I imagine it's actually like kind of RNG, the survival modes. Took you 5 hours when you did it last time. Sheesh. I guess I finished Nightmare before. I don't remember it being that great though. Where's the End of Zoe DLC? It's there's actually so much DLC for this game. How does Ethan Must Die work again? Oh yeah, you have to defeat Marguerite. Can't some of these be like fucking bombs though? So scary. We'll take the rest of the stream. I don't know if I ever actually beat this before. Is this where you feed Jack cake? No. The greenhouse key in the living room of the main house. Speedrun for this is cooked. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I don't know if I ever actually beat this before. Oh, nice. I'm dead. We got a handgun. Thought that was only the single tape. A burner. I'm still so dead though. Bro, that was so fast! I guess I should have just tried to kill him. An herb. Can block? Yeah, I know, but I think I was gonna die either way. Wait, can you go in the... Can you go in here? I guess it's... Oh, come on, man. I'm dead. Maybe it's not worth grabbing that box. Oh, I guess it's random where the boxes spawn. Oh, look at that start. A first aid med? That's pretty poggers. Ethan Winters lies here. Yes, yes he does. Double first aid med. Oh god. Fuck! I'm dead! No, this was so good. Why didn't I wait? I don't know if it's safe to grab this or not. I think it is. Oh, we got a shotgun? I think going in here and checking this room is good, though. I guess this is just really RNG, getting the correct stuff at the beginning. Oh, you can break your body from before to get loot. Didn't know that. Or your, like, gravestone. No. You fucking... I don't think I want to spawn these guys. Oh shit. Doing the same thing as last time. What the fuck? there still loot in it? No, it's just purely an explosive. Okay. Yeah, fuck you, bag. There's a fucking bomb in there? What even? I didn't even... Can boxes spawn? Where the hell's all the boxes, man? Yeah, just kill me. Honestly, I feel like I should just reload already. Maybe there'll be a heal. Maybe we'll get some steroids. Okay. Are you coming? Big man? Oh god. I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm not dead. Holy shit. Alright. Where the fuck was this bomb before? Okay. Oh, we got healing. Let's go. I think you want to keep these bombs. I can't remember if they set each other off, though. Scared of more trip mines, dude. Die. Okay. I didn't even mean to use that trap in the center, but it worked out well. Probably a way to make that trap hit. Oh, fuck. Oh, I forgot about this fucking thing. Maybe I did finish this mode before, man. I don't know. I can't remember. I probably did finish it, actually. And stabilizer, man. What is this bullshit? Can you go up these stairs? Still blocked. I'm gonna get cheap shot. I'm gonna instantly die. That's nice. Oh, we got the shotgun stored. Bro, what is this inventory? Is this guy still chasing me? Did I somehow... Did I somehow lose one of them? Because normally there's the guy that chases me here. Huh. Can this guy come in here? That was kind of scary. I honestly thought he was going to hit me there. I think he probably could. Enemies don't get like staggered in this game. It's really cursed. Come on out. Well, you can tell if there's going to be a bomb based on the tape. I'm playing RE9 in first or third person. Probably first person for my first playthrough. For speedrunning, I imagine it's going to be better to use. It'll be better to use third person. The Secrets of Defense. Oh, this one's so good. Reduces damage when guarding. Oh, we don't even have a pistol. Oh, a magnum? We don't even have space, though. Maybe we should just get rid of the gunpowder. I don't know. I want to pick up the magnum. I mean, I guess we don't need the knife. Throw the burner. The burner's pretty good for Marguerite, though. And that's who we have to kill. I think the Magnum comes like fully loaded. I'm doing what I think is right. And what might be right might not be right, but I'm doing it and I don't care. Oh wait, this only takes up one space. We could have just gotten rid of the knife. Well, you know what, too bad. 3 Magnum rounds. Let's go. I think I can just shoot once. How did I get this guy's attention last time? Why did he notice me? I wonder what you do here in the speedrun. I guess just like blast him with the shotgun or something. Or the Magnum. Speedrun is probably so RNG based though. Not sure. And a handgun. Dude, what is... this is too many weapons, game! Can't fucking deal with this, dude. Wait, do I even bother picking... Another first aid med? I mean, we could always throw it away anyways, so I guess there's no harm. Got a fucking full loadout here, dude. Oh, right. Shit, this is the part with the... I shouldn't have used the fucking flamethrower. That was the worst possible choice ever. I was... yeah, I'd... Not closing the door. Yeah. 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 That run was pretty stacked. Are you not guaranteed to get the flamethrower before this? Or did I miss something? Okay, I guess it just happens pretty often. Or maybe I've just been lucky, I don't know. Can I just close the door on that guy? Dude, that's fucking bullshit. So fast! God, these who fucking designed these enemies, bro? It's so bullshit. Right, psychostimulants. That's just what I want. I'm gonna use it even though it's gonna do literally nothing. Box here. Yo, we got steroids, chat. Wonder if you can use it off of your hotbar. That's great. I should not have turned around. Use the steroids. Come on, big man. Oh, whoop. Okay, is it even possible for me to get in there anymore? Yeah, I don't know if there's any strat to get in there. Maybe there is. Shoot it from the other side. How? How would I do that? Try to shoot the shotgun along here, but I don't know if it'll work. Oh, it did. Alright, worth it. Oh gosh. Oh, yes, please. Okay, we've got enhanced rounds. I don't know if we should have the enhanced rounds ready or not. And we got a lot of heals. Fuck, what am I doing? No, don't do it. Holy sh! I don't want to deal with this guy. We don't have the flamethrower. Honestly, we need gunpowder. More than anything. Okay, do not run into the thing again. X-ray glasses. Alright, you know what? I don't think we really want these, but I'm grabbing them anyways. Equip them? I don't think you have to. I think you just need it in your inventory. Oh fuck, I forgot about this. Oh god. I can't remember if you just run past them or if you can like shoot them. Oh fucking way! There's a bomb there. Oh. This fucking mode, man. It's so much like trial and error in this mode. Yeah, yeah. Duck the gun. Yeah, now that you say that, I do remember doing that in the past. Well, we're probably still okay, potentially. Man, that's unfortunate though, because I had the strong first aid med and it used like the weak one first. If it had used the big one to fully heal me, I don't know if I would have died from that. Oh, this guy's gonna fucking blood. I can't even tank one. I'm blocking, man. I guess I shouldn't do that unless I have a shotgun. Just, I get impatient. Yeah, I was on very low. Oh, Jesus. Low draw. Alright. This is good. fuel. I flamethrower off his head. Nice. This fat guy in this hallway is the most annoying part about this mode. I mean, I guess if you get a magnum, you could probably kill him right away. Ooh, that's a lot of ammo. Oh, yo, Edza, thank you so much for the 98 months. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you very much, dude. Yeah, Death Stranding 2 is crazy. And we only have one. We've got pretty good supplies here. Guy has no arms. Strong chem fluids are really good. We should probably just take both. We can find gun... Oh, fuck. Okay, we killed that guy pretty quick. Hey, Army Ortho, thank you for the 35 months. Wonder if it's always the X-ray glasses up here. I assume no. It's just random, I guess. Oh, there's nothing even in here this time. These are always all bombs, though. Gotta reload my one bullet. Shotgun. I don't know, man. We don't have the space for that. I mean, we could get rid of some of our SMG ammo.
What the heck?
I don't know, a shotgun would be pretty good to have, though. I don't know if I can crouch under this one. Where was the bomb? Oh, there it is. Seeing Dis scared of what to do, I can't remember, man. Why is he still shooting? This is not what I wanted to do, but... I also didn't want to die, so... Forgot about that. Have I played Peak? I have, yeah. That's fun. Magnum. I mean, maybe we just get rid of the grenade launcher and go back for the shotgun. Or we just take the Magnum. Well, we could do the shotgun and the Magnum. Oh, wait, the Magnum is a big one. Okay. I could drop the pistol, but if we find gunpowder, we can make enhanced pistol rounds, which are really good. I don't know if the Magnum is that good in this or not. Can't make anything. I guess we'll just use the psychostimulants. Holy shit. That was all calculated? Oh god. Are you able to shoot these? I think you can drop between the two. I don't know if you need to do that, but I just did. More first aids. Nice, thanks game. Just what I need. Dude, what are these drops, man? Well, there's the key. Shoot him. Well, I might drop this and grab the shotgun. I don't know. There's another handgun, more fucking pistol bullets. What is this shit? I think I should just use the strong first aid. Need to make space. I mean, we could also replace the Magnum. I don't know. Yeah, there's been 0 gunpowders this whole time. How the fuck do you... Can you, like, run over these and set them off and then run away in time? And pick up Magnum ammo. I don't think there's any Magnum ammo. Can I... I don't think you can shoot them. I mean, unless I'm able to go through the... I don't think so. More handgun ammo, bro. I mean, the machine gun, I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. Handgun ammo was back here, right? There wasn't there. There was one more pickup. And there was another handgun as well. The handgun better? I don't know. Alright, you know what? I don't know if we're gonna have the supplies to do this. Bro, what the fuck is this shit? Yeah, I can go get the shoddy. Although I think I have to go... Actually, wait, can I? Don't I have to go through... Do I have to go through everything again to get the shoddy? Because... The shoddy is... upstairs, but I can't get upstairs because I dropped down. It's like, I can't. I guess I should have shot him in the head. Dude, I don't know. He's just like moving at me, but if I turn around, then he just kills me. But it's like a lose-lose situation. I don't have any gun to like kill him easily, man. What is with this fucking ammo drops, dude? Dude, it's like, the enemies in this game are so fucking bullshit. Oh, I'm looking at them so they don't do anything, and then the moment I look away, they fucking instantly kill me! Ah, fuck. Where the fuck did this guy come from? Got a fucking survival knife, baby. Look at this bad boy. That's good. Why does this guy take so long? Of course! Should have waited. The burner. Nice. Got the big knife again. Hey, Buck. Alright, we're gonna wait for the second puke. Okay. Double hand. Oh gosh. Blast him, dude. I close that door, does that work? Seems like it works. I don't know what to get rid of. Maybe just get rid of the knife. I think. The shotgun is really good. I don't know if we're gonna get more ammo for it or not. We'll see. Okay. Well. Trade one shotgun for another one, I guess.
What the heck?
Another fucking knife, dude. Gunpowder. I don't know what the best way to kill these two guys over here is. Maybe going back through here. I mean, at least if you want to save ammo. Do I really want 2 pistols? Oh, shotgun shells too? I don't know what I get rid of. I think we get rid of the normal bullets. Tempted to get rid of the burner fuel too. We can drop that if we need it, if we need to. Ooh, nice. That's good. There is some enemies up here we can kill first. Those. Oh my god, what am I doing? That was not my my best move, chap. I fucked up. But I honestly thought I was dead, so I'm glad I'm not. Will this herb heal me much? I don't really have space otherwise. That did nothing. Okay, so I think you can just drop down right here. You just gotta be careful, right? Anything down here? Handgun ammo. At least I'm alive. True. Another shotgun. There was like 2 enemies that spawned in here before when I was at this part. I feel like we should get rid of the... Maybe we get rid of the flamethrower. I thought that there was a part where it like traps you here and you need to kill. I could have sworn I remember more enemies. Was it when I went in here? Oh, it's when you pick up the key. I see. Oh my god. I really don't like these fat guys. Oh, Jesus. Almost died, yeah. Yeah. And there's another shotgun. There's more flamethrower fuel in there, though. Flamethrower really kind of sucks. I mean, it is damage. I could probably bring the enemies in here, I guess. Just burn these guys. I should have just shotgunned these guys, dude. This fucking flamethrower is bait. It really is. I'm so cooked. I don't know. I mean, like, the flamethrower, I guess, is good for Marguerite, but it's definitely not good for the molded. Using the wall bombs to kill the four-legged ones is better. Yeah, I tend to agree. Are you serious? What do you mean? What do you mean? I was against the wall, was I not? I was a... Is it because I strafed? Is it because I strafed? My, like, toenail hit it? I know I was dying, but I still wanted to get to Marguerite, god damn it. I guess I should have been more careful there. I mean, like, I know the mine is there. I just... Yeah, I thought I was fine. Hold on. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I am back, chat. I might actually call it a night though. Kind of want to go get some dinner, and I'm feeling a little tired. I'm sorry, guys. Larkson wants to go get dinner, so I think I'm going to call it here. I started my stream a little late today, so we will definitely beat this though next stream, and we'll do the rest of the DLCs. We'll do the bedroom one, and then we also have End of Zoe and Not a Hero. Yeah, a lot of it's actually crazy how much DLC RE7 got. There's like a solid, I don't know, like a solid like 10 or 15 hours of DLC. I mean, even more potentially if you play Jack's birthday party and you do all those and you try to like S rank them, and I don't know, there's a lot of fucking DLC for RE7. Still got to get through this. I don't feel like it's that bad. I mean, especially if you get the, I feel like if you get the Secrets of Defense, you can just block. Because you don't even like, do you even take damage when you have the Secrets of Defense on? I'm not sure. Either way, though, I mean, I don't know if Marguerite is tankier than in the base game, or if it's the same, how that works. Although the thing is, in the Marguerite fight, is there like a bunch, maybe there's like a bunch of bombs and stuff in the Marguerite fight? I don't actually know. You wouldn't know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure, Salad, I'm sure. Yeah, I'd like to try and beat this though. I'm not 100% sure if I had actually beaten it before. I feel like I did, but it's also possible. I mean, I might have just like given up, and I might have gotten tired of like redoing the first sections potentially. All right, I'm going to give a raid this guy named Joester. He's doing some Crash Twinsanity speedruns. I think he's running it at SGDQ. Check your achievements. Is it your achievements on Steam? I don't even know how to... Oh, man. How the hell do I check my trophies even? Oh, here we go. I think... Yeah, okay. Apparently I beat Ethan Must Die 4 years ago. On April 16th. So it's been a while. Alright, anyways, yeah, have a good night, guys. Sorry for the bit of a shorter stream today. Yeah, we'll do more RE7 next stream. Yeah, have a great rest of your night, chat. Thanks for watching, everybody.